languages. Hey guys, Chris Stream Code. Thanks for tuning in. Today we're going to work on on my game a bit more. So last time we got this the item entering interface done. So today we're going to try to knock out recipes and then maybe see if we can't get back into the actual game bits and start putting some stuff together. Alright, so let's see. So for the recipes, so let's look at the model first. Recipe. Alright, so it has the name, result, quantity, and icon. So those are all easy peasy. And then it has the ingredients. So those are a bit trickier. And I actually want to go ahead and I was thinking about this. I'm going to switch around the ingredients to be a set of parallel arrays instead of a dictionary, because dictionaries can be tricky to use, and also you can't order the keys of a dictionary usually, which means I can't control the order of stuff that would appear in the in-game, which would be kind of lame because usually you want to be able to control that kind of stuff. So instead I'm going to switch it around to a to two parallel arrays. So this one's going to be an array of resources for the ingredients themselves. And then we'll have an array of we'll call it ingredient quantities, since we do have a ingredient quantities, ingredient items. There we go. So this will be an array of ints. That way we can have them split up. So then we'll have p ingredient items, which would be an empty array, and p ingredient quantities, which would also be an array. And is it okay with making a new line? Seems to be. Okay. But yeah, if you don't know, if you've ever coded, you'll usually see these lines here. Usually it's only one. I'm not sure why they have two. Maybe like a probably should. But the line is usually an indicator of kind of where it's a good idea to line split. So like I'm on a pretty big monitor, but that line is usually a good indicator of like, hey, even if a person working on it's on a pretty small monitor, if you split your line there, it's going to be easy enough to read. And also just, it's easy enough to, process, because, if you have a text going across your screen this wide, that's hard to read no matter what size your monitor is. So it's usually a good idea to try to split your lines so they don't cross over into these. So I'm going to probably aim for this one. I'm not sure why we have two. I'm going to kind of ignore that one. Oh, actually, it might be. It looks like this line might actually be for the preview, because if you look at kind of how much space is there versus here, I bet this line is indicating here's how much is in this nifty preview thing. Okay. All right. Ingredient items equals p ingredient items, ingredient quantities equals p ingredient quantities. Okay, so there we go. And now let's pop open our data scene. And we're going to need to re-enter just a bit of stuff for these recipes because we had the items entered originally and now they're not. So we'll do 3, we'll do 3. And this parallel array thing actually makes this bit even, or no. We just have one each. The parallel array bit makes this part more awkward, but we're going to create a custom editor, so this bit will be easy enough to put in. Okay, so so the items come off this guy, and then so this is copper ingot. So we want copper ore is the ingredient item, and we need 3. Okay, and then this is grass thread. So here, okay, and 3. And then this is wool thread. And wool. Okay. So there we go. So now we have our initial data. That way we have something for the editor to render. All right, so back to the editor. All right, so let's see. So we have, for each of these, we have kind of the basic things which are easy. So we're just going to kind of copy what we have here for the easy bits. So in fact, I think we're literally going to copy in this circumstance. Paste. Okay, and then we're going to, and let's actually go to our data editor and change our current tab to 1. That way it'll show that. Okay, so you need to make some tweaks there. What did recipe? Scroll container? Yeah, we need to change that to, well, no, not rename. Change type. We want that to be a scroll container. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then for this one, we're not going to have, Yes, actually we will, because we'll use that for the, it does have it does have its own icon. Let's pull that up here. And then we need, so basically, okay, so result, so let's see. We'll rearrange them based on how we see there. Okay, so these three first, name, quantity, and icon. So we could pretty much copy that straight up. So this will be the icon, that's the name, and then this can be the quantity. So actually the controls are perfect. We just need to rename a bit. So instead of rarity, this is quantity. Okay, and we're gonna get, oops. Let's see, I'm gonna get rid of these extra rows. Okay, because I just want the one, and we'll then clone it. Okay, so we got list row. Oh, and actually, did item? It's actually odd. Did that somehow affect that? Okay. So somehow our item script's running against recipes when we don't really want it to. I guess because this guy's running, I just don't know how it's getting hold of that list. It's a little special. Okay. Well, anyways, recipes. Yeah, so let's check this real quick. We do have this bit running. So this bit we only want to run if the item tab is current. So let's see. So I could check the parent, which might be the right way, but let's see. Godot detect current tab for tab. What's it called? It's a tab container. You get the index of the current tab of the tab container. Okay, so that is the way to do it then. Alright, so in this case that would mean the owner, because we have items, so the tab contains the owner. Dot tab current tab equals 1. Build the list. Alright, refresh data. Okay, there we go. So now that works. Yeah. Yep, I think that was it. Okay, so cool. So got items. Alright, and then recipes. It's going to get its own script. Alright, let's double check this. Name. Alright, I want that to be quantity. Delete button's still good. Add new is still good. And then doesn't show it here because we have to add it in code, but we have the other thing too. And to start, we're just going to wholesale copy item, but we will need to tweak it. Okay, so. Alright, so up here we have a recipe. Recipes. Data recipes. Alright, build list, if not recipes. Oh, that needs to be recipes. Okay, let's get rid of that in both of these. Okay. Alright, for item, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that's all still good. This bit is recipes. Recipes, index, add new button. Okay, that's all good. Alright, add child row. Alright, name is still good. This is now quantity slider and quantity label. Okay, that's all good. That's good. Name, date, quantity. Okay, add new, console log in both, or the print. We don't need that anymore. over here. Don't need that. Okay. This is recipes and recipe view. Quantity label string. Get owner recipes. Remove index. Okay. So now let's refresh the plugin. Pop up a data editor. Now our items doesn't show anything. Alright, which means that our script may not have quite worked. So we need to hook into a tab event here. Probably should be editor visible, data ready, tab changed. Let's hook into tab changed. We're going to also do that. And actually, we'll just say, we'll make a generic function and hook both of these in because the code is going to be the same. So we'll call it build list if active. Okay, and then let's hook in both of these. So let's disconnect from that, connect. Okay, and then also on this one, oops, we hooked it up to the same thing. Connect to build list if active. Nope, not there. Take 3 or 4 or 10 or whatever we're on. Connect items. Build list if active. There we go. Now we look to tab changed as well. Also on items. Build list if active. Okay. There we go. And now we're going to do the same in recipes. It might be good too, since we're copying a lot of code, to eventually refactor these to share the code, but the reason I'm not doing it just yet is because right now they're similar, but we're still in the early stages and they may deviate and they may end up needing to be separate. And if we take the time to smash them together, that's time wasted if we end up splitting it apart again. So rather than do all that, it's better to wait and do it when we're sure that they're staying the same. And if they do stay the same, then we'll give them a common subclass and stuff. And I suspect ultimately we probably will be bringing them together, but we'll hold off on now because a little copy pasting in the early stages won't hurt us too bad. Okay, so now let's give this a try. So invalid index, get index rarity. Where is that? Item rarity. Oh, and actually these should be recipe. Recipe. Quantity. Okay, and then recipe, still index, recipe. Okay. 43 up. Quantity and quantity. Okay. All right. All right. Wow. Oh, what's this? Build list if active method expected 0 but was called with 1. Okay. So tab changed apparently gives us things, so we may not be able to use those. Use one function for both. We may have to have 2 functions and then point them to both. So what does it give? Probably gives the tab index, which is actually nice. We can streamline a bit. Tab changed. Yep. Okay. All right. So, or actually, we could write it like this. We could say tab. And does Godot have a null coalescing operator? Apparently not. Alternate symbol would allow only one syntax. Did they actually do this? Or are they talking about doing this? Default. This is being discussed. Safe navigation. Using the following syntax. Implement. This just were. Okay. So I'm guessing we don't. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we'll do then. We'll do. So if we get this event from the tab container, it's going to have something greater than -1. If we get -1, that means we need to get it off the owner like we're doing here. So tab equals if, what was that syntax? It was tab if tab greater than or equal to 0, else owner.current tab. It's their syntax for tertiary, or ternary rather. And then if tab equal 1. Oh, and I just realized I did not change on recipes its tab number in this function. And let's actually go ahead and wait. Actually, I think tabs are 0 indexed. In fact, I'm almost positive they are, which means it should be 0. And actually, I wonder, Godot get own tab index. Wonder if there's a way for a child to know what its tab index is. Oh, actually, there is, because its tab index is just its child index, and there was that get index function, I believe. Get index, perfect. So we can just use that instead of hard coding. Reload. Just always reload. Okay. Get index. All right, that's much better, because I hate hard coding stuff like that because you forget about it. And then it causes weird things 6 months from now, and you're like, what the heck's going on? I don't remember any of this code, and life becomes terrible. Okay. Oh, all right. So, oh, and we didn't change that here. Okay, I'm immediately regretting the whole let's just copy and paste thing because I'm fixing things in 2 places. Try to not be dry just once, and it just won't let you. The universe is like, nope, you must be dry. Okay, there we go. So now we have both of them going. Let's delete that extra empty one I made. Okay, so there's the basic stuff. So now if we look at our data model again, this guy. Okay, so we got the simple 3. So now we need result, and then we need the items themselves. Okay, so this is where things get a little bit tricky, and we're going to have to probably make our own drop down or something. So Here we were able to use this control and we just kind of dragged them in, but those are just images. But this time we need actual references to the item, and there's nowhere to drag them from here. And we could click here and go to the inspector, just like we did when we were filling this out. But that's pretty clunky, and I'd rather keep it in the editor. So, and also here, too, when we use this, there is actually a way to just be like quick load, and it'll just give us a list of everything, thanks to that plugin we installed. So I think let's create a drop down of the item. Yeah, I'm trying to find an artist for this game, and someone just pinged me that they might be interested, so fingers crossed. They have a really cool art style. Okay. Alright, so back to that. So we're going to try to build a drop-down that'll basically be a drop-down of all the items we have, and then we can just pick what the result is, and we'll squeeze it in here between these two. So first, let's go see. Godot has a drop-down, which actually is probably there's probably a drop down already. Let's see, it'll probably be fastest just to look in here. So maybe called select, maybe called drop down, who knows what it's called. Drop downs have about 800 different common names, and nothing's immediately jumping out at me. Don't think it's an item list, so let's Google drop down control. Option button. Option button. Okay. Option button. So I guess that's in buttons then. Base button, button, option button. All right. And let's set you to the current tab so we can see what we're doing. Okay. Oh, it's just not in the right spot. And we'll put it in between those two. Vanished. Okay, so let's see here. Button. Okay, so let's see. How do we use it? Do we just add a bunch of buttons to it or what? Button control that provides selectable option when pressed. Godot option button. Items button in the top menu. Item. Anyone see items? I do not. Top menu of the 2D editor. Oh, here. That's weird. Okay. Okay, perfect. And we can select text and an icon and an ID. Okay. Which ID may just be its index, so we'll see. So, just to get it styled right, we'll just put in copper or icon. Ah, that's annoying though. I can't drag from over there, so we'll do quick load. Copper ore. Alright, add one more. Wool. Load wool. Okay. Okay. Load the plugin. Being hidden. Okay. So there we go. That's not too bad then. Alright, cool. Actually, I kind of like that. It might look awful when we get bigger. I don't love that it stretches. We should probably go put a fixed width on that. So let's call it let's do size flags. Give it expand. Vertical fill and expand are good. this way. Let's give it a max height because it's kind of, well, is it stretching everything or is that stretching? That might be stretching it. Oh, well, I don't care too much about that, but let's give it a fixed size of like 350 and we won't have it expand or shrink. It does not care what I say, it does what it wants, apparently. Sorry, I've been playing Final Fantasy VII and now I have the Golden Sausage song stuck in my head. Okay. So why do you keep changing? So let's just set min to 350 to hopefully force it to play nice. Still doesn't care. Okay. Maybe it's just not small or not big enough. Nope. It's just gonna kind of do what it wants to do, apparently. Oh, you know what? No, I'm hitting the right option button. Yep. That should be the one that gets cloned. It's massive there. Oh, it is massive there too. Alright, why did that suddenly work now? That's weird. Alright, I don't know what I did different. Anyways, let's go back to 350. Save, reload, data editor, resort, recipe. Okay, that's still really big. 300 should be plenty. And luckily, nothing else is really going on this row, so we have room to spare. Refresh data, recipes. I don't think that shrunk. Reload it again. We did the right one. Oop. 300. Oh, let's get rid of this now. Okay. Reload data. Okay, there we go. That looks good. Nice editor there. Oh, and actually we'll change the range because on this one, we can go edit it in the data model too. The range is actually much bigger. So quantity, or rarity rather, is 1 to 10, but quantity could really be like a big number. I can't imagine we'd ever have a, well, actually, yeah, because we're using a slider, that could be a pain. Let's say 100. I can't imagine we'd ever have a recipe produce more than 100 things. And if we do, always change that little bit. Wait, was I not able to click? Okay, there we go. Did you know? Oh, I need to change it on the slider as well. 100. Okay. Fresh data recipes. 100. Why aren't you working? There we go. Okay. Okay, that's good. It's easy enough to control. Sometimes if you have one, you're like, I can't get it to like land on number, but with this range, it's actually pretty easy to get the number I want. So that's good. Okay, so cool. So now we need to add a thing for each of these where we can add the ingredients. So let's real quick add new item. I just want to update what the add new buttons say. Add new recipe. Because for these, they're actually going to get a button below it. So let's go ahead. We're going to add a, let's see. Actually, we need to change row to a vertical. a VBox container. And then we're going to add an HBox container to this. Pull all of these in here, and that should get it back. Oops, missed. It should get it back to looking how it was. And then at the same level, then we're going to add a just a button. Actually, I'm just going to copy this button because it's already the right shape. Whoops, but it doesn't go in the H box. It goes in there. And we're going to rename that to add ingredient button. Add ingredient. Okay. And then let's see if they just have a... Looking for just literally a horizontal rule to just divide, to put like a visual divider in there. It's not essential, but it'd be nice to have horizontal rule. Separator, that might be what they call it. Separator, yeah, that should be it. Load. Separator, horizontal, there we go. Okay. And then I don't really see it. Save and refresh. Oh, and we do need to go, we'll call that basic for basic data. We will have to tweak these now to now say basic because they're one level deeper. So let's just scroll through everything. Basic. Okay. All right, so let's see what that looks like. Okay, so there is a line there, so that works. All right, and now, okay, so let's get this list populated first. Oh, we lost our this thing on this one. Oh, because I probably missed updating the thing. Delete button. Yeah, I added it to row, so I actually need to add it to row dot get node basic dot add, and row add to group. Okay, should be good. Fresh. Whoops, something's going up. Name relative to blah blah blah, invalid index text on base null. 38. Get node name. This is basic name. And this is result. Fresh. Delete button. Basic delete button. Okay. Child is not a child of this node. Is it saying for that one? This should give me a line number or something. Alright, let's see. Basic name on row, yep. Basic quantity slider on row, yep. Basic quantity label, yep. Basic delete button, yep. Get node basic add child picker. Okay. Basic quantity label. Alright, so all those should be right. Still cranky about something. Let's see, that one didn't change. Visible false. Row to add group row. Basic name. Alright, well. When in doubt, comment it all out and then uncomment a little bit at a time. Alright. Now, let's actually. Keeps resetting. That's kind of annoying. Okay. Okay. So we didn't get the error. So go back. We uncomment out one block of code. Try again. Okay. Still no error. Need some repeat. Fresh. Okay. Still no error. Again. Okay. One more time. Okay. Okay. So this is the problem child. Oh. This is the problem child. There we go. There we go. Alright, cool. So now let's go ahead, before we do the rest of the add ingredient, let's go ahead, we'll populate our drop down. So, so we'll say, alright, so here we just use build list. Well, we'll just put it in build list, I guess. So let's do it before we clone each row. That way, all the row, we only have to do it once. So build result drop down. Okay, and now add that function. Func build result drop down. All right. And we'll go ahead, we'll pass in list row. That way they can accept a row in case we need to use it for other things. Okay. So then we're going to do var drop down equals row dot get node. It's actually just directly on, or no, it is in basic. Basic result. All right, so now, oh, actually, this is easy. We already know how to do this. We just grab all of our items off of data. So we have data here. So we'll grab this. So drop down dot. Let's go see how do we programmatically set those. So we'll go dot. What was that option button? Should have like an items property or set items, or okay, it actually looks like we have to set each one by one. Okay, so clear. This clears all the items. Okay, perfect. So we'll call clear first, so we'll empty it out. Then we're going to do, we'll go ahead and grab the items up here. I like to group variables together. Okay, and then we'll do for item in items. Actually, you know what? We don't need to stick that in a variable. Dot items. Okay. So for each one of these, then, we're going to do drop down dot, was it add item or set item? Set item. Oh, but we need the index. Oh, no, we don't. We can just do add item. Okay. Oh, but we do... Okay, perfect. Yeah, we can use add icon item and do it in one shot for each item. Perfect. All right, so add icon item. Then the first value is the texture, which is item.icon. The next is item.name, and we don't need to set the index. Oops, and colon. Okay, so now save, refresh the plugin. All right. Ah, perfect. Look at that. Nice. And then as this grows, we'll probably end up needing to add some kind of search functionality, but this will be fine for now. Except we will, let's go ahead and we'll sort them alphabetically. So, do that. We will actually pull this off onto a variable. And we need to see, does their sort do it in place and mutate the array? Or does it produce a new array? And their sort mutates because it returns void. So that means we want to make a copy of this array because we don't want to modify what's on data. So duplicate. And we don't need to do a deep duplication on this one. It can be shallow. Okay. So recipes. Okay. All right. Duplicate. Items.sort. And what do we give the sort function? Oh, we have to do sort custom. And then we give it an object and a sort items. All right, and then we make that function. Sort items. And then it takes A and B. So we return so actually, theirs is true and false, isn't it? Which is a little weird. Okay. Most sorts you give a -1 for A before B, 1 for B before A, and then 0 if they're equal, which means you don't need to make a switch. Here they're just doing true or false. So that means if they're equal, it may still swap them, which, I mean, isn't super harmful, but it's a little different. But, and actually their example here is a little weird because you don't need if true and false, you can just return this. So, except ours is just .name and b.name. Okay, so that should work, and now this is back to items. Okay, so now we should have a sorted array, or a sorted list by name. And that's pretty unsorted. Whoops. Invalid call to, did we need, we didn't change that to sort custom. There we go. Nice and alphabetical. So that'll make it easier to find until we finally break down and decide enough is enough and we add a search function. Okay, so now let's do add item, or add ingredient rather. So for this, let's see, how are we going to do this? So we have a parallel array. Our array will grow as we add things. So we could add a, like a null and a 0 to the array to increase it by size, or we could not add anything to the array until we pick something and then just keep track of it with a different variable. I think we'll just go with the add null, and we'll just have to make sure that when we output it, we handle if it's null, we do it right. So let's actually go ahead for an editor UI element. Let's create a I want some kind of icon to indicate that we need to pick something. So let's do, for now, I don't know if this is the most appropriate, but we'll do a big red, like, X with a slash. Something real obvious that, like, hey, you forgot to pick an item, dummy, come pick an item or else it's going to break your game. Okay, so we'll go with red, actually, color doesn't matter. We'll crank up the stroke a bit. This is 100, no, it's not 100% size, that's 100%. Okay, and that stroke is way too fat. Let's go maybe 20. 20, maybe Oh, there is probably good. Okay. Or actually, let's make it bigger because then we can reuse this for multiple things. So we'll make it about there. And then we'll just do a line. Line tool. We'll just have it cross right through the center. Okay. And chamfer the edges, around the edges. I'm not sure if that's chamfer or not. There we go. Okay. And, well, nope. You're not supposed to go places. Who moved you? I know it was me, but I'm going to blame someone else. Okay. And then let's copy this and this, or not copy, select them, line them up. Okay. Oh, nope. Okay, and they need to go into a group. And this group is called empty.png, I guess. Okay, let's move the group. Why are you being so stubborn? Nope. Weird. Okay, so then. So we'll use this icon if it's null, otherwise we'll use the items icon. Yes, reload. Okay. So let's go back to, actually, let's see. Godot always reload if changed externally. Be nice if that pop-up would go away. I'll reload scripts on external change. Editor preferences. Project, editor settings, reload, yes, there we go. Now hopefully that pop-up will stop coming up every time. We get it because our data is getting saved by our editor, but then Godot recognizes that as an external change, and it's like, hey, you changed this, do you want to reload? I'm like, yes, just always reload. All right. So now let's go ahead. Let's add. So we have our add ingredient button. So just like this one, this will go at the bottom. And we need to add a section. We'll do a vertical box here as well, I think. Yeah. Because we'll have one or more item, but we'll group them in a box just so it's easier to see them. Stop changing my thing. Okay. And then here, it's just basically going to be, how do we want to do that? So we won't really be changing things. I guess we can just make, well, actually we need 2 bits of data though. We need the item and we need a slider. So let's go with a result drop down. That did not copy. Copy. Paste. Okay. We'll call this ingredients. All right, we'll call this ingredient, or, yeah. And then we're going to add, we're going to copy this guy. Actually, we're even going to keep it named quantity, because that's what it is. And let's show this basic row. Okay, so, quantity, okay. And actually on this one, we'll get rid of that hard-coded size, we don't need to get rid of the size, we just need to turn on the size flag so it can take up all of the space it needs. Oh, but actually we need, so in this vertical, we need a horizontal box container, and these need to live in that. There we go. So now we have each of those. And this slider can go 1 to 100, that's fine. Then, oh, where'd our, oh, there. Add ingredient button should be below this, and our separator should be below this. But now they are 2 below this, because they should be in row. In row down there, and then you should be there. Nope, you should be above the separator. Separator at the very bottom. There we go. That's good enough. We could maybe add a separator there, but that'll be okay. And then this will call this let's call this row. And then if we'll just come on, copy, paste. So multiple items show up like this, and we can pick our items. Oh, and we should add a delete button as well. Copy, paste. There we go. Okay, delete those. Yep. Okay. So there we go. So there's our kind of template for that. So now we'll go code that up. So flip over to our code. Okay, so first up, let's actually change this guy. Instead of doing row, we'll pass in the option button itself. Button, and we'll rename this as build item option button. And then okay, we don't need that anymore. Then here we'll do dot get node. Actually, we can just do this. Basic option button, right? Is that right? So row basic. Oh, and in this case, it's actually result that we're building here. And then we'll go ahead and we'll also build list row ingredients row ingredient. Oh, and change the function name. Okay. And then similar to how we hide and show the list stuff, or that row, we're also going to hide. Do we need to? Yes. Actually, no. We won't hide it. We're just going to straight up remove the one in the cloned. So we're going to, down here, let's actually go ahead and we'll split this up. Build ingredients list here. That one's getting a little long, and in fact, it could probably do with some splitting up for the row. Okay. So here, so first we'll blank out the ingredients in the row. Correct. So row dot get node. All right. So from row, it's ingredient plural / row / actually just that dot q free. So we're going to delete that initial one that's in the copy of the row we made. Okay, and then we're going to for each ingredient in here, we need to add a row. So let's also do a func build ingredients row, and this will be, what will we call it? We'll say we built that one. Okay, we just add that directly. Okay, so we'll pass in the row it belongs to, and the item, and the quantity. I'll put past that for a second. Okay, so we delete that row. Then we need our items. You know what? Let's make a. We've done this. Let's make a. Actually, this Godot has getters and setters, don't they? All right, func blue 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 blue. Don't do that. Okay. It's really what it. No, thing didn't work. Settings. It's on. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Let's go look real quick. Because they said it's broken. Did it ever get fixed? Apparently not. Said it got fixed. Doesn't seem to be fixed. Alright. Let's restart Godot. Maybe it takes an editor restart to fix something like that. Okay. So, where are we? Okay. Let's see. So, go back to our code. Alright. So, I'm just going to make a get data function here, which is just going to return this guy. Just because we've been doing it several times. So we'll just do get data.recipes and get data.items, and then down here get data.items. Oh, wait, what are we doing here? This isn't the items yet. This is ingredients. So this we should have passed in the recipe as well here. And we don't need anything. We just need recipe for ingredient. Nope. For index in recipe.ingredient items.size, and then here we'll call build ingredients row, pass in the row, pass in recipe.ingredient items index, and pass in recipe.ingredient quantities index. Okay. Knock that down. Okay, so we get rid of the dummy row, and then we call this function to populate the others. And we also, actually, we don't even need to call that because we just want to empty all of the ingredients because this is technically a redraw, maybe. No, it isn't actually. And we'll do it anyways. Actually, we did that already once. How did we do that? Get tree, get nodes in group. Well, actually, there was a neater way to do this that we came across yesterday. Call group row q3. It does the same thing, except we don't have to do the loop ourselves, which is nifty. Okay, but get deleting all the nodes, delete all child nodes. Let's see if there's a fancy way to do that. Nope, just the basic way. Okay, so for child in get children child.q3. Okay, so remove any existing ingredients, and then we're going to go back and add each one in. Okay, so there we'll have to call this ingredient row equals list, and we're going to clone the original hidden from the original hidden list since we just deleted the others. Row ingredients row dot duplicate. Alright, so we clone that. Then first up is our drop down. So we're going to call build item option button. item option button. And we're going to pass in ingredient row dot get node ingredient. Okay, and then we're going to say ingredient row dot I didn't leave it open. There it is. Set selected or something. Just select. Okay. So just select. Select. Alright, and we need to know the items index in this list since we sorted them. So is there a get items? Is there a select by label or something? Get item ID. Alright, so there's not actually... And actually thinking about it, we probably should use the ID as well, because if we don't, we have to rely on the item name, which is possibly tricky for a couple reasons. The biggest one being we couldn't possibly have two items with the same name. And sometimes in a game you want that because you may want the same thing to show in the same spot, or you may want to transform it, or there's all kinds of reasons you might want the same name. So let's see, their IDs are numbers, so we'll use numbers. Int their ID. Okay, and then we'll add an ID recipe as well. Support int their ID. And then we're going to go to, I'll say it's min of 1. Hopefully it lets me hint just a min. Okay, and then let's go update items to do that first. So let's add a label, what is it called? A line edit? Yeah. Actually, let's not do a line edit. Let's do a... Actually, I'm thinking about this again. Let's actually, instead of having a manual ID, because then we have to deal with making sure they all stay unique and all of that stuff, we're just going to say that the index in their the main data array is their ID. So maybe let's go code that and see if that still makes. This sounds like a good idea. So here, we're going to do, and we need to change this up. We need to do size index, items index. No. That's not right already because that's the sorted array and we don't want that. Okay, so we are going to give it an ID, but we're not going to make it settable in the editor. It's just going to automatically be set based on its index. All right, so let's go code that. Or let's see. So let's add a new label. So the ID, drag it up to the top. Okay, and then let's go to our code. And then first thing I want to do before I forget is we move this to 0, the picker thing. We're going to put it at 1 instead, so the ID is first. And then we're going to do their, we're just going to do get node dot text equals string index, because that's the index for the real items. And then we'll also, when we add one, we're going to set this item, we're going to go ahead and set its ID. And its ID is going to be the, let's go ahead and make a get data function here too. Its ID is going to be the current size of items because we haven't added it yet. So the current size is what will be its index when it's added in just a second. Right. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Okay. So ID equals get data, go away. Items dot size. And then we are going to have to manually go fix the, oh, actually, let's not use this index. Let's get the ID off of it so we can tell the ones we need to fix. Okay. So let's refresh that. Editor. Okay. So we're on items now. All right, yeah. So they all show 0 because those ones were added before. We can hit new. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's actually add 1 to that number because we want the IDs to be 0 based. That way 0 is like not an ID, so we can use that as a placeholder if needed. So +1. Okay, and now let's go fix on the data scene. We'll go fix those values. All right, so you're 1, you're 2, you're 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And now we added it to recipe, so while we're here, we'll go ahead and fix recipe. And it's going to do the same thing. Not that one. Wait, this one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So save that. All right, data editor. All right, and let's go ahead. We'll do the same thing for this guy, except it goes, whoop, nope. It goes in basic. No, what are you doing? Stop that. Copy this. Doesn't like to let you use keyboard shortcuts to edit those. All right, name. Then not being dry, biting me one more time. Have to go make that one change again. This one. And then var id, or just io.getNode basic/id.text equals recipe.id. Okay. So now let's refresh that editor. All right. So we have nothing. Oh, and we actually lost a name. And that text for some reason. Okay, that's weird. What happened? Oh, you know what? I'll put. All right. Yep. It's clear because I'm not sure which thing happened. All right. Invalid get index icon on base int. Were we midway through something and I totally bailed? Kind of sounds like something I do constantly. Yeah, right. Yeah, right here. Although actually, that issue's before that. It's on 44. Right here, add icon item. Item.id. Oh, that's changing this, but I don't need to do that anymore. Okay. Still some issues. Attempt to call function clear and base null. Okay, so that would probably be then that I didn't pass. So this isn't a thing, which actually is true because that should be an I at the very least. But let's go check the shape. Brr, brr, brr. All right. So we are on an ingredient row. Down here, ingredient capital I. Okay, so that should be right there. Or not. Okay, also line 56. Let's run 56. That. Invalid. Oh, that should be string. Okay, that's an easy fix. Ooh, we're getting mad. More mad. Refresh. Everything exploded. 41. Okay, 41. Okay, yeah. So option button we're passing in is null. Ingredient, trying to get ingredient relative to nothing. It is not a scene tree. Oh, do we have to add the row first? Okay, so this will go to the ingredient row goes to row.getNode ingredients.addChild ingredient row. Is that what it's complaining about? No, it's still kind of mad. List row, ingredients row, ingredient relative to root editor node recipes. Node not found. List row, ingredients row, list row, ingredients row, build ingredients row. Oh, because I deleted that. This should be a new row. So the first one should still be there. List row, ingredients row. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, it's there. Okay, so I wonder. Wonder if that's causing it to get deleted somehow. It shouldn't be. No? Still very cranky at me. List row. List row relative to recipes. So list row, ingredients row. Okay, and I don't. Oh, wait. This one that it's saying doesn't exist. List row. It should. List row, ingredients row. Oh, I did have a lowercase I on there. Over here. There we go. List row, ingredients row, ingredient. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's try that. Fingers crossed. There we go. All right, so good. So now it has two, and they're selected. Oh, let's get rid of that extra one. Delete, save. Nice, it cleared it out. Okay, now we need to get it to select the right one in here based on what we've assigned. So that's where this comes in. So here, so we have to select by index, which is the tricky part. Because we don't strictly know the index. It'd be nice if we could do get, like, select by ID, but it doesn't look like it has those kind of options. And we also can't just can't just kind of look it up because we've rearranged them. So what we're gonna have to do is where we sort these, and actually this is probably a good idea anyways because we're doing this like 50 times and we don't need to do it 50 times. Up in here, when we call build list, so we're going to keep it in build list because build list is kind of our refresh. But we're going to actually put items up here. So we'll keep track of it. And then down here, now we'll be able to search this items array and figure out where it is. So let's see, what do we have? Do we have a, yep, there's a find. Okay. So let's say find an index. That's not what we want. We need like we need some kind of index of where we can search for our find. Searches the array. That's just backwards find. That's not what we want. We may just have to loop through it ourselves. Let's see if they have a function. B search. We need B search custom. That's probably what we want. Find the index of an existing value or the insertion index to maintain the value is not yet present using binary search. Can't do binary search though. So is there a regular search custom? Don't tell me we have to do search. I can't have this in binary. Well, I mean, I can, actually, I guess I can binary search it because it is a sorted array, sorted by name, but it's not sorted by ID, which is the search index I need. Ugh. All right. All right. So yeah, we're just gonna have to loop over them until we find it, which kind of sucks. Going to be a binary search, which wouldn't really be performant enough in game. Like I'd come up with something fancier so we could do a binary search or something if needed. Actually, I'd probably do some kind of hashing thing. But in the editor, it's okay. Yeah, because I don't see any other options. We could do a binary search on name, but we want to do a binary search on ID, but we're not sorting by ID, so we can't do that. Yeah. Okay. Boring loop it is. All right. So we'll just say fair selected index equal, and then for index in items.size, if items index equal or item.id equal item.id, and let's see, Godot for, need to know, do they use break or what? Okay. Looks like they do just use break. Alright, break. Okay. Actually, we don't need that. We can just do index, and then this is index. Since we broke on the one we currently want, this index should be right, and then the semicolon. Okay. So there we select it. Go away. Stop being grumpy at me. Why are you grumpy at me? Oh. Their index up there. Come on. I can't use the same one? Alright, well that's kind of lame. Alright, so I guess we do need selected index. Selected index equals index. and select index. Okay. So I'm grumpy. Dun, 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 dun. I don't think that's right because I don't think I selected cop in that 80 times. Non-exhaustive function select in in ingredient row, not ingredient row. Put this in a variable. Ingredient option button, because just calling that ingredient will be confusing, I think. And then pass it in there, and then down here. Okay. Fresh. Something still blows up. Invalid get index ID on base string texture. What? Item. Saying that would be a string texture. What did we pass in there? Build ingredients list is a row and a recipe. And then ingredient items. Oh, when we did data, did we somehow copy just the texture instead of the whole item resource? No, we copied an item. Let's double check this one though. So double check all of them. Ah, okay. So for the graphs, we accidentally grabbed the texture instead of the item itself. So let's correct that little problem. So when you grab that, I probably grabbed the icon instead. There we go. And now I bet I did the same on here. Yep. So grab that one. And all this confusion is exactly why we're spending the time to make a custom editor. Because I suspect there'll probably be many hundreds of items in the game, and having to deal with this would be a nightmare, where I'm in trouble just doing 3 of them, or 6 of them, or however many. Okay, alright. So, now, refresh the editor, and it's still grumpy at me. Refresh. Invalid type and function select cannot convert argument 1 from nil to int. Okay. So that makes it sound like we never found the item we were looking for. Okay, so let's do right here, print items index.id item.id. Then print found it. Okay. No. Space. Oh, interesting. All of these are still showing 0. We did go in and fix them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's right. Seems our editor, oh, there are all zeros there. Okay, so what's up with that? Oh, yeah. Did it not? So items, we did populate items right there. Data from this node. That node not. Oh, interesting. So that node's not actually in sync with our node. Okay. I don't know how we want to do that then, because if we preload it, it won't get pulled in. see. I bet we can do merge from scene data. Oh. No. Merge from scene data. Nope, that's kind of useless. Alright, so that's not what we want either. Alright, let's see. Instance child scene data. Alright. Not sure how we make that always stay in sync with the base one. Okay, well, it's fixed for now. So, and it's happy again. We still don't have... Okay, now we have IDs there. There we go. Oh, we need to hide. This is the original and this is the proper one. So, let's hide the original. So, after we clone it, so after here, or actually before here, no, yes. Is there a better time to do that? Put that back in actually. But that, yeah, that actually might do it. Let's see. No, it won't. Because that's removing the stuff in here. Alright, I guess we can just, after we clone it, we can do ingredient left empty. Child in ingredient row. Child.q free. So we'll remove that original one that's in there. Okay. Oh, target children. Okay, there we go. Now we're finding them. Good. Oh, except they're all deleted. What happened? Build ingredients row. Wait, it shouldn't be on ingredient row anyways. It should just be ingredients that we empty out, which is this. Reload. There we go. Alright, cool. So now we have our ingredients. And let's go ahead and actually we'll shrink the height of this, or else this is going to get real wide and it's getting taller because of this. So we're just going to fix this in size and then I'll shrink those down. So that would be this guy. We're going to make it not fill, expand there, and we're going to set its size at, let's see if 30 is too small. I'd like to keep it nice and compact, actually. I didn't do a thing. Supposed to change when I change you. Nope. Alright, it's ingredient. We took that off. And change that back, didn't you? Ah, stop it! Alright, so something is forcing, so I think maybe we have to actually shrink this guy down to 30. Nope, it's fighting me. Oh. Size flags don't fill. Alright, because we can't set on there, it should let me set it here. Oh, why it's not. You can fill and expand horizontally. I want you to be fixed height. Stop it. Let me make it bigger, won't let me make it smaller. set to 95. Is that only 95? Maybe. See, you seem bigger than 95. Margin. Change this maybe? I can, but it won't let me adjust that like I was hoping. I would just make them overlap. Da, da, da. Right, you know what if I get rid of that? Get rid of that. Nope. Alright. I do want you to fill and expand. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, no. Thought maybe for a second it's forcing them to be the same width, but that's not the case because these are already, or same height rather, but these are already different heights. It's because the icon's too big. But how can I force it to be smaller? That will shrink your direction. Anchor, shortcut icon. Yeah, you can see it's 95 here, so it's not letting me shrink it. So let's see. Godot. Make 2D textures smaller. We may have to actually generate a smaller one in code, I suspect. Yeah, I don't want to do, well, bigger, it might be different. Yeah, so there they're using, really want something like, text maybe. Let's go look at texture button because that's kind of a basic one. Oh, no, texture button's all fancy. I forgot. Just look at option button. All right. Action modes now. And let's toggle mode. Toggle mode if true, the button doesn't toggle mode, makes the button flip state between. Okay. Alright, that doesn't help us. Add icon. Godot. Usually there's like a thing to clone the texture, but at a smaller resolution. Not a texture rect. I want. Nope, that's not what I want. the items menu. Yeah, so there doesn't appear to be a way. Okay, I'll worry about that later. I'll have to set up some kind of pipeline that will be able to automatically output these at various sizes, which is something I would probably need anyways, because there'll probably be like a big version and then a shrunk version. And some of them we may be able to get away with just shrinking them. Some of them may have to actually be redrawn for the two sizes, like especially if they're detailed. They may not translate well if you just shrink them. So I'll worry about all that later. So, because that's going to be a whole separate thing. But I can live with this for now. This will get me, at least I can do data entry here. I just may have to scroll more than I want, but okay. So we have it selecting those, so that's awesome. Now let's make it so, let's get our quantities in there properly now. All right, so we're still building the ingredient row. So after the item, we're going to do row.getNode ingredient. Wait, yes. No, we already have that. Ingredient row dot get node quantity. And then we're going to do quantity node dot get node. Whoops. Get node slider dot value, I think, equals quantity. Then quantity node dot get node label dot value equals string quantity. Okay. Nope. And the value on label. Oh yeah, it's text on label. Oh, wrong one. That one is value. That one's text. Okay. Recipes. Okay, perfect. So now they show 3. Awesome. Okay, so now we have it displaying right. Now we need to make each thing do things when we change things. So let's go back and we'll start with the drop down. Oh, and actually, wait, did we? Okay, we didn't hook this drop down up either. So first we'll hook, oh, and actually we didn't even select the item on there. We just threw it in and built it. All right, so let's go first make that one select the right thing. So build ingredients list, row, no, not that one. Build. Oh, right, because we populate it up here, so we don't need to, we're not building each individual one. Actually, that's a good idea for this one too. So, which, oh, we actually did that even. Yeah, so we don't actually need to call build item option button. It already has the right stuff. We just need to select. All right, and let's actually do a helper function, because we now need to basically do that same for loop we do here. So let's copy all this, leave that one, and we're just going to do here. All right, so instead of that, we'll just return the index. And I just realized these are capital case. We're supposed to be doing camel case. It doesn't actually care, but it's good to stick with the style guide. Okay, so, and then we'll need to fix where we used that wrong. So let's see. Get data. Get data. Get data. All right, that was it for that. All right, and then okay. All right, and then get item by ID we haven't used yet. Okay, so get item. Oh, this is actually get item index by ID, and we give it item.id. Get item index by ID. Okay. So, and then really we can just plunk that into here and save ourselves a variable. And we can just do this even. Save ourselves two variables. Okay. Alright. Okay, cool. So now let's go do the same thing up here. We'll try to keep these in kind of the order that they exist over here. So this drop down exists after name. So we'll put it right here. Okay, and the only thing we need to do on it is just select. So we can just do basic result dot select get item index by ID recipe.result.id in this case. Okay, and it's grumpy at me again. Line 16. Oh, I forgot to change that. Okay. We're still. Wait, are we still grumpy? I don't think so. Let's see. Yes, we are. 68. Basic result. Oh, and it didn't find it. So let's check our data and make sure that we actually have IDs populated on each of these. Which we do not somehow. Okay, we do on those two. Not on, wait. Yeah. So not on this one. Which maybe because of the whole it kind of copied but didn't copy thing. But then, is this guy now out of date? No, now it's something. Okay, so I'm not sure why it got mismatched, but let's see. Let's clear this, refresh. Cannot convert. All right, so we still don't have it here. Even though, oh wait, I was looking at ingredient. We need to look at result. And result is also not right. So let's copy those as well. So except copper ingot needs copper ingot. So that was just wrong at every level. Okay, and then this one is grass thread. This one. Grass thread, okay, and then wool thread. Oh, nope, that was all wrong. Just delete that. Let's just make one thing, and then we can use the editor to make the others. Okay. Except, of course, I would keep copper ingot, which is the one that is the default, so we don't actually know if it works. So now copper ingot makes grass thread for reasons unknown to me. Okay, cool. So now it selects it right. All right, we'll fix that once the editor is working. Okay, so now let's also make it so if we change it, we actually update the data behind it. So we'll do, so we do actually need to chuck this in a variable after all. So this is result node, and result node dot connect. Let's see, what does option box have handy? Item selected, I would imagine. Oh, I just realized it tells us what the what it gives us too. That's handy. Item selected. Self. How did we name the others? Update. Yeah. So we'll do update result, and we'll need to bind just the recipe this time. Recipe. Okay. So it's after name. So func update result index and recipe. And we'll do recipe dot result equals items, and let's make a helper. We'll do func get item by ID, which is very similar to the other, except this one is going to return the item itself. Item, get item by ID. Let's see, this one gave me the index. Actually, we don't need that because we can just do, we have the index that lines up with our items already, so we can just use that. Items index. And property list, change to notify. Okay. So got that. So let's go ahead, we'll refresh, we'll change it back to copper ingot, like it's supposed to. We'll save it and we'll see if it looks right over here now. Space resource result. It does not. Alright, does it look right in this one? It does. Ah. Oh, this is, yeah, hang on. Is that because we need it to do this reload first? Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. No, it's still wrong. Alright. It's really annoying that it didn't update that. Alright, I thought we had that saving sorted, but it seems we don't really. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we should save there. It should be saving with whatever's in here. I just want to see. If I exit and reload. Okay. Alright, so it's right there. If I open it here. Okay, so it did update. Let's actually see. I want to play with that a bit. Try to understand fully what's going on. So we'll change it to grass thread again. Now there it should be reflected. So now I think maybe if I do reload saved scene, does it fit? Does it show right? So I think it is saving. I think it's just our editor is not updating it properly. Because when we reload, it does work. Alright, that didn't work. Can I just reopen it? And really, we're not going to be messing with this too much. I just want to make sure it works. Nope. That didn't work. Close scene. Oh wait, and that just saved over what we had there, so it's uncorrect again. Everything's blowing up. Alright, restart. Okay. Try this one more time. Alright, so let's see what data shows now. Alright, data has grass thread, which was our latest change to it. And this also shows grass thread. Okay. Alright, so I think the moral of the story is just don't open up the data scene, really, and muck with it, which is the ultimate goal anyways, so we were only mucking with it before, but it does seem to be saving, right? So that's all we really care about. Okay, so we set it to copper ingot. Alright, so that part's working now. Let's give it quantity. We'll get 1. So we could double check this data. We just won't check the other one because it's going to be out of date until it looks like we restart. Okay, so size 1. Oh, that's ingredients. Okay, so good. We're at 1. Let's actually crank it up and just make sure it changes. Nice. Okay. Put it back to 1. Okay. All right. So then let's go back here. No. Why? Why do we have 2 of them again? Let's see. Let's see if there's an easier way to fix that, because we get that a lot. Plug in main window still showing. Yeah, sounds like right. Need to override make visible things like that. Yeah, alright. Yeah. I don't know why it did it that time. Let's see something here. Nope. Not you. Yeah, I wonder if somehow we may have ended up with 2 copies of these, and one of them it didn't get. It got lost. Actually, I think we want to not do this if we already have one, because that doesn't actually make sense to create another one. I think that may be the root of what keeps happening to us. All right, let's see here. So now, all right, back to the data editor. Okay, so we got that. All right, so now let's do changing an ingredient. All right, so go here. So build ingredient row. Okay. So, and now we do need to put this in a variable. Ingredient node.connect item selected self update ingredient. It's to be a string, and we need to bind here the all right, so this is an array in an array of items, and we have oh, this should be a recipe. No, it shouldn't be, because it's the ingredient. We need to pass in the ingredient index is what we need. Oh, and we need to bind to the recipe too, so we'll have to pass in the recipe itself. So we'll actually go and, so we're not passing in tons of stuff, we'll extract these out in here. So, row recipe index, and then we'll do their item, their quantity. Okay. So, and then here we'll bind the recipe and the index. Okay, we're going to call this func update ingredient. And then we get the index first, then the things we bound, which is the index and the, we'll call it ingredient index. And we'll call this item index. Okay, and then we set recipe.ingredient items ingredient index equal to items item index. So we just swap them out in this case. And I'll do a property list, change, notify. I'll take a quick peek at this. If at the editor, the property list is changed to the new okay. Alright, so refresh the plugin, data, blah. We have no ingredients. We have no output error. Error calling method from signal editor visible, scroll, blah blah blah, build list if active, not found. Okay, now I had a different error before that. Right here. Oh, no comma. And forgot a colon. Refresh. All right. Data recipes. Okay. So now change that. Check data, and it should have changed in the ingredients array. Perfect. All right. I'll change that back because it should be copper. Okay. Now let's update the quantity similarly. Okay. So on the slider. Value, we set the value, and then we also add a connect, and this one is just there's value changed and changed. I think we used value change on the other one. Yeah, value changed. So value changed here. Self update ingredient quantity. We need to find the recipe and the index as well. Okay. Func update ingredient quantity. And then we're going to get the new value. And the things go down. So this will be recipe.ingredient quantities index equals new value. And property list changed notify. And then one extra thing we need to do on here, we need passing row, ingredient row, because we also need to update the label we're using. I think I should make that a custom node, but I'll do that later. Ingredient row dot get node label.text equals string new value. Okay, so let's test that out. So it should both update and also change the label. Fire and everywhere. All right, try it once. Okay. Invalid line 124. 124. Okay. Get node, because we need the quantity label. Alright, try that again. Recipes. Alright, our label's changing. I'm going to hit save. We should be able to look at data and see the quantity was changed on that ingredient. Perfect. Okay. So now, alright, so let's look at it. So got that. Let's hook up the delete button now. So, we're going to do ingredient row dot get node delete button dot connect pressed self delete ingredient, and we're going to bind the. We're going to have to bind the ingredient row and the recipe and the index. Okay. So now we'll make func update ingredient. Okay, we don't get anything other than the stuff we passed in. So ingredient row recipe index. And then, so we'll be freeing, which means we'll be deleting the ingredient row. And then in recipe, let me double check how we delete an array. Godot array. I want to say there was a remove, but I don't remember. Yes, and it shrinks it. Good. Okay, recipe dot ingredient items dot remove index and recipe dot ingredient quantities dot remove index property list changed notify. Okay. Update. Oh, this should be called delete ingredient. Okay. Now, all right. So delete, and it went away. We'll hit save. Check our data. And no ingredients. Perfect. Okay, so now let's fix our add button so we can add one back in. Okay, so the add ingredient button, where does it live? It lives not in the ingredient row, but on the regular row, okay, which we do have here. So row.getNode add ingredient button connect pressed self add ingredient, and we need to just do just the recipe. Okay, do func add ingredient recipe. And we're going to do recipe dot ingredient items dot, is there an add? No, it was like push front or back. I don't remember which. Where do we do the other add? Push back. Okay. And here we're just going to do null. And we need to go add a case where we handle that being null. Quantity dot push back, and we'll set the quantity to 0. And then we'll call build list again so it can rebuild. Okay, and now we want to go handle the null case before we test it out because it'll blow up. So here, wherever we call select here, okay, so there, item index, and then we're just going to say if item index, we'll select it, otherwise we won't have anything selected. And that should actually be all we need to take care of the null case. So refresh. Okay, so add ingredient. Alright, so what happened there? Let's see, did data get blanked out? Nope, so data still has it there. So for some reason it did not like me trying to build list. But it also didn't output an error, which is curious. Alright, so why? Okay, so it's there. Oh, because it probably has a process. Yep, because I copied. So disconnect from that process. Okay, dangers of copying and pasting nodes. Alright, refresh. Recipe, add ingredient. Didn't do anything though. Okay. So let's see, did data change at all though? No. Okay. So let's double check the hookup and stuff. Okay, so add ingredient button, connect to birth. Alright, so add ingredient. Let's just put a print here. Add ingredient. Okay, and then we have recipe. Does pushback a mutate or not? Push. Yeah, it should mutate. Okay. Alright, so let's see. First, just click add ingredient. Okay, so add ingredient, it's not calling the script. Okay, so get node, connect pressed, self add ingredient, recipe. Get node, add ingredient button. Okay, so it should be working. It is spelled right. Add ingredient. So why work? Ingredient row. Have a row. We're adding it to that row, so we can't be deleting that row and replacing it with a different row. Add ingredient. Do something. Add new recipe also blows up. Right, let's fix add new recipe actually, because that should be working, I thought. Add new button. Oh wait. You got item still. Edit. Recipes add new button. Okay. So yep. Okay, and so that. Should I delete? No, it's still there. Refresh that. Data, recipes, add new recipe. Okay, add new recipe works. Oh, except we don't get that. Invalid get index ID on base null. Recipe line 69. Recipe.result.id. Oh. So here we need to do the same thing we did down below. Var item index equals that, and item index, and only if item index. Okay. Fresh data recipes. Okay. So cool. So the new one worked. Although we don't have that. Oh, no, we're still getting issues? Yes, 69. Oh, right, because result. So we'll have to kind of create a nested thing. So if recipe result, do all this. Otherwise, don't. Okay, there we go. Now we have that. So we could select the. We can drag that one over. Nope. Recipes. Okay, and this is make this the grass thread. Grass thread. Okay, we'll get one. Okay. So, add ingredient. No worky. Add ingredient. Still no worky. Okay. Come on, ingredient worky. All right. I don't know why I just did the Meow Mix song. All right. So when we add an ingredient, so we're not even getting into there, which is weird. So it should at least, Alright, so let's try this. Let's just delete a T so it's misspelled and see if it throws an error at us. When it's not doing what you want. Okay, so it's not even throwing an error. So for some reason, it's not connecting to anything. So I wonder, throw dot. This is just called that ingredient. No, it is called that ingredient button. Let's copy the name. Yeah, because node add ingredient button. Refresh. Oh. Put the next item again. Wait. No. Wait. No? Okay. Double checking we didn't have the same issue there. Okay. So when I click you, click. Let's see. Wait a second. Did we not even get... Should have actually printed out something. Clear. Reload. Add editor. Recipe. Add ingredient. Huh. Okay. So that's interesting. We're not even making it this far in our code. So that's weird. Okay. Okay. So we have nothing to delete. Oh, but we can't see quantity either. Oh! So we call this to build an ingredient. We're not building an ingredient though because we have no ingredients to build. This bit should go up here. Oh. There you go, adding semicolons again. Alright, that's our problem. Alright, oops, add ingredient. Hey, it's progress. Okay, invalid get index ingredient quantity on base resource. Okay. So line 151, recipe, add ingredient, recipe, ingredient, oh, it's quantities, plural. Here we go with filling. Yay! Kind of still blew up. 115 and 109. 115. Oh, we need the same deal we did above. If item. Okay, and 109. Invalid get index 1 on base array. Now that one. Wait, how do we get 1? We should have only had 0. Oh no, we do have 2. Build list. Okay. That one might be a problem. 109. Okay, we've got 2 recipes. You're of size 0. You're of size 1. 2. Oh, because the first one added 1 to one place, but it didn't add it to the other place because of that code error. So that's just a funky data issue. Okay. All right, add ingredient, add ingredient, add ingredient. Look at all those ingredients. Grass fiber. This is the most complicated thread. Look at that. It requires grass thread to make grass thread. Okay. Well, kind of. Didn't have a quantity. All right, there we go. Worst recipe in history. It actually costs you items to make. Costs you the item that you need. Okay. Right. Let's look at data. Click off, click on. Alright, so we got 3 things. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. Alright. So is that all the things now on this editor? Yes. So we got that, and that. Perfect. Okay, so now let's go ahead and we'll get back to kind of realistic things. So do that. Takes 3. Copper ore. Nope, copper ore takes 3. Okay, add a new recipe. That, wool thread. Getting chilly here. Wool thread, 1, 2, 3. Okay, save that. All right, awesome. So now we have our initial data in, and we have our initial editors. Yay! Okay, so let's take a quick, 5-minute break, and then we will go work on some UI stuff. All right, see you guys in a sec. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry, that was a little longer than 10 minutes. I was sending a reply back to the hopeful artist for the project, so I wanted to get that back to him before so he didn't have to wait too long. Okay, so we got our stuff going now. So now let's go back to our workshop. Oh, and actually, I wanted to change up how we did this now that I discovered Camera 2D is a thing. I want to rewrite this to work with Camera 2D. So, there it is, Camera 2D. Okay, I don't know that matters. Okay, now, actually, maybe this, I don't know. So now I want to do left and right arrows. I want to put on the canvas layer because those apparently will stay put, which we want them to stay put. And the other stuff will move. Whoop, I need to change which one's our main. Yeah, I know that one can't run anymore like that. Set as name. Okay. Can't work either. Okay, so you're in here. Call this navigation. Navigation left. Navigation right. Okay. Like that. Okay. Oh, I didn't set camera current. There. Right. Okay. Good. That's what I expected to happen. And now, instead of moving, so before we were moving this guy and we were kind of calculating it. Now I just want this guy, and its position's actually center, so that's perfect. I can just set it to the position of the workstation I want instead. So, let's see. And I think, alright, let's comment out the tween bit for a second and just make it jump. And instead of new position, hoping it's just workstation dot position. Oh, and this should be camera 2D. Unexpected. Oh, and that needs to move back. Okay. Ah, look at that. Okay, and now I thought I saw something. Yeah, smoothing enabled 5. I think this will. Hey, look at that. And now we don't need this code. And once I put this down here, we don't need this code. We don't need that. We will keep that. We'll keep that. And then actually we'll use this tween thing to turn on and off smoothing because we do still have the same thing. So if So I'm going to say camera 2D dot, is it just smoothing needle? There we go, equals tween. Okay, so now we shouldn't get that initial jump, good. And then, hey, look at that. I love when things are just easy. That's so little code to accomplish that. So nice. Okay. Neato, neato, neato. Okay. So that actually went really quick. I was expecting that to be much more of a pain in the butt than it was. Okay, awesome. And I'm just gonna, it doesn't actually matter because we're gonna put it wherever, but we're gonna put it here. Okay, and actually, you know what? Let's go ahead then. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. We don't know where the start will be. Okay, so let's see. So now I want to start implementing the actual UI for the game itself. So let's say, all right, so when we click on a workshop, it's going to bring up, or actually clicking the workshop is going to make it work. So first we want to, we'll have some other button to like open up like the queue thing, and we want to show what items are queued at that workstation. So let's actually, we need to go first tweak our recipe because different recipes are going to take, or are going to be harder to make. So we're going to add a What do we want to call it? We'll just call it difficulty. It'll just be some arbitrary value that will, the more higher difficulty makes it take longer or harder to make. And then we'll go ahead and add a default for it. P difficulty equals, default that to 1. 1 will be the lowest. We'll say they can be between 1 and, let's actually find out what is Godot's max int size. Should be, yeah, it's the really big number. Okay. Okay, so that's good. So we'll put an arbitrary, like, oh, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe. What is that? That should be like 1 under a billion. Yeah. We'll take 2 9s off. We may adjust that, but for now, default's just kind of completely and utterly arbitrary, so let's set it to whatever. Okay, and then difficulty equal. You know what? It just dawned on me. We can set stuff up above, so I want to see something. I wonder if when we saw that init bit, that was an old one, and they added initializing the properties directly later, and so we don't actually need the init. So let's see. Godot init versus setting property directly. Let's just try it, because I think this should work. That should be 0. And then we don't have to keep tweaking our stuff. And that's going to be null by default. That's going to be null by default. That could be 1. That's an empty array, and that's an empty array. Alright, I'll go ahead and change item 2, so that's 0. That's that. See, this is so much more readable, and then also easier to add things, so that's null. Okay. Get rid of that. Okay, so let's see what happens now if we flip over to our data editor and we hit new. As long as it doesn't blow up, it should be good. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, cool. So, alright, so we have that there. Let's go ahead and pop it onto our editor real quick. So, we'll just pop it in. Let's pop it in over here. So that does mean we need to add a label, though, to label them. So let's do, this guy doesn't come with a label ability, does it? I don't think so, nope. Okay, so let's see, to smack a label on there, let's then make this, give it a vertical, or a VBox container. Slider, we'll put slider, actually we can rearrange this, that, then add a label here, okay, and then that label is going to be quantity. Jeez. That got kind of hungry for space. What's up with that? Let's see if it actually does that in the editor. Oh, and we do need to switch this. So, quantity. And the name doesn't matter. Go here. Alright, so this is basic quantity label, which is really weirdly named, but I don't really have a better name for it. And I think we have to update one more. Oh, I just didn't put size flags on to expand. Okay, refresh. Recipes. Okay, there we go. So now we can tell what we're doing. All right, so that's good. And then we're going to need basically the same setup again, except this one is going to be difficulty. And actually, we'll put difficulty after quantity. Yeah, I definitely want to make kind of a framework so I can make these things quicker, right? Or at least the code a bit quicker. All right. Basic quantity, slider label, quantity. Oh, I'm an item artist. No, I'm in recipes. And there we go. Slider label. Okay, and now we will do for here because I like to keep them in order. Godot. Let's rename this quantity node. And this is difficulty node. But yeah, I want to make create some reusable components and code blocks so we can deal with this bit a little easier. Or not have to repeat code so much, but I'm not going to worry about that just right now. Value changed, self, update difficulty, row, recipe, difficulty mode, .connect, right now, .variables, recipe, .difficulty. Okay, and then, I'm just going to copy this guy, paste, update, difficulty, speed.difficulty, and difficulty, and this should not be quantity label, it should be quantity slider label, Yeah, it gets a little awkward to name things when you have to nest them for purely visual reasons. Alright, data editor, recipes, okay. Oop, I didn't update this text. Difficulty. Okay, there we go. And I need to change its range as well. What do we say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? I think that's what I did. Difficulty. I don't know why it gets stubborn on me sometimes. Like, doesn't want to change. Alright, min max. Refresh. Okay, there we go. Alright, now this one is tricky to use. Alright, so I want to create a common component later that basically groups these and also makes that an input. I'm not going to do that right now. So for the time being, I'm just going to edit the slider range to be something smaller, just because it's going to be a while till we start inputting the end game items anyway. So refresh. All right, there we go. Okay. And so we'll just say, let's say copper ingot is like a 50. And then we'll say grass thread is like a 20. Let's say wool is like 50 as well. Okay. Just to kind of give us some numbers to play with. All right, so back to 2D. Okay, so let's zoom in on, or actually, let's go to workstation now. Okay, go into the middle here. And let's see, did that mess with that? Nope, that's okay. All right, good. All right, so this is the workstation itself. Let's add a button to like that will click and it'll open the menu where we can pick what items to make. So let's go, did I make a UI? I know I made an editor UI. I have not made yeah, I'll make a UI. So let's make a new one. Doesn't matter the size. Let's fill the background with the gray color. Duplicate so it's not a locked layer. But then lock it. I don't even know why I do that anymore. That's something that's like ingrained from like 20 years ago. Okay. Alright, so let's see. We'll just layer. Edit queue maybe. So we're gonna have it so we'll be able to like queue up items eventually, but to start with, you'll have to like unlock skills and stuff to be able to queue multiple items. So to start with, you'll only be able to queue one, but we'll still call it queue anyways. And I think we'll just make it like I don't know what the icon's gonna be. Let's go with blue. I like. Hopefully we'll have an artist soon who can make proper graphics, but in the meantime, I'm going to make terrible graphics and pretend they're good. Okay, so let's go 100%. So we are drawing it like a realistic size. Okay, so let's just make like we'll go with like the classic pencil edit icon. So eraser, there's a pencil. The nice thing about making these really bad scribbly graphics is it's really easy to tell I need to replace them. So if I forget one, it will be very obvious in testing. All right, and then that's a circle because circles are often egg-shaped. That's why they're called circles. Okay, there we go. That's our edit queue button. All right, and this is just regular UI. Okay. Alright, so now we have an edit button. So let's add a child node. We'll add a texture button. Okay, and then we will set the, oh, I forgot to turn generate on. Generate image assets, save again, there we go. UI, editor queue, oops. Do I just, hang on. I'm guessing I probably just put a sprite inside texture button, but let's check. No, there should be like a group of stuff there. Textures. Okay. Normal. Alright. So this will be up over here. And when we click it, so we're going to try to write our code so it says decoupled as humanly possible. So what we'll do then, we're just going to add an event when we hit the button. We're going to do let's give that a name. Edit queue button. So when we hit this, we're just going to emit a signal. So we'll emit the edit queue button. Or actually, let's see. Do we want the queue in here? Or do we want it in the other? Actually, I think it'll be nicer to put it in here. So maybe we won't do that just yet. Let's go ahead. We'll make a new scene to build the actual like queue window. So new scene. Actually, we'll do the, well, yeah, still that. We'll do this as a canvas layer. Okay, and we'll do this edit queue. We'll call it edit queue UI. Okay, save that. All right. Okay, so now that 2D. Okay. So for this, so we're gonna have sketch it out real quick because it's always good to have a sketch. All right, because it's a lot easier to sketch badly in Photoshop than it is to write code. So, alright, so here's our window. Okay, so let's see. So we'll have basically, so down at the bottom, we'll show like boxes for the queue. And to start with, we'll only have one box. So this is where what we're producing will go. And we'll do the thing where like, kind of like cooldowns in a lot of video games. So like if this was the item, I don't know what that is. Shirt folded in half maybe. We'll have then like the ticking clock looking thing. So we'll have it, actually, we'll probably fill it in all the way. And it'll like tick down. So drop the opacity on this. So it'll like tick down like a clock would. So as it goes, this would erase, like that. And so that'll be in the queue. And then we'll also show, I didn't even need to click that thing. So that's this guy. And we'll also show the number we're making. So if we're just making one. And so to start with, we'll have both a limit on how many items there can be. So we'll have multiple boxes, but they'll be like grayed out or something. And we'll have a limit on how many items you can make to start with. So for now, I don't know. We won't worry about the limit right now. And then we'll have, say, maybe over here, this would be a scrolling area, which shows all the items we can make. Probably be nice to have a search function too, or maybe search and filters. I don't know how exactly the UI will be. We won't worry about search and filters for now. We'll just list them. We can. The nice thing with the visual stuff is we can just shrink this area to make room for those when we want. So for now, we'll have the items, and we'll have like we'll show the icon for the item, the name. We'll show, like, in small mode, like, which items needed and number of how many. And we'll have, like, if we mouse over these, it'll show, like, an item card that gives more info on it. So we'll have, like, the icon. And for now, we'll just show the name and rarity because we're going to show rarity with stars. Eventually, I'll update this to add descriptions and like where to find it and stuff, more helpful info. But for now, we'll just stick with the data we have. And then we'll do that. And we'll just do a button called queue or add or something. We'll call it add for now. And that would add it to the queue if there's room. And if there's not room, you'll have to clear out something from the queue. And if you click this and it has something, that'll clear it out. And then if you just click anywhere on here, you can basically get the item card info over here. Okay, so let's go with that. And then we'll have an X up in the corner to close this out. Okay. So that's what we're building. Alright. Alrighty, so let's start out. Let's add let's see, we'll do the queue and a canvas layer. So this will be the queue. And then we should probably decide on a max queue size. We'll say, I don't know, probably 20 maybe. So 20 is kind of small for in-game. I don't know. We'll go to 20 for now. We can expand it later. So here will be, and let's go ahead and make another new scene, and we'll make the canvas square that can do the whole clock thing and stuff. So Let's make a new, we'll do a canvas layer, I guess. Okay, so this is call it a queue item. All right, let's go ahead and give it a script, because one of the things it's going to have is the timer. So we need two things actually. We need the current time and the time remaining. So actually though, instead of time, let's do it by like difficulty points. So if you have 100, if the difficulty is 100, this will tick down as you get rid of difficulty points, because there's going to be a couple different ways to speed things up. One of them will be time based, but one of them will be like clicking stuff based. So we'll just do, we'll give it an item, and so that'll actually be a resource. And the item has the initial difficulty, and then we'll have another which is remaining difficulty. Okay. All right, and then, so let's go ahead then. We will add a sprite. This will be for the item. So we'll call it icon, because that's what we called it on the model. All right, and then the icon, can we set the size for this? I don't think we can. No, we can scale it, but we can't set a specific size. So this is the same issue we ran into before, where I said I'll need to set up a build pipeline or something to be able to generate images of multiple sizes. We're going to need to generate the so we're going to have at least 3, because we're going to have a big image here, we're going to have a medium image here, and then we're going to have a small image here. So what we can do actually, Photoshop does kind of have a pipeline. It's kind of clunky to use for the generate stuff. It's kind of clunky to use, but we can use it for now for this. It may or may not be how we do it finally. Actually, it probably will be, because it's kind of handy if we need to. Because I mentioned sometimes we can get away with just shrinking an image. Sometimes it needs to actually be redrawn because the big one is too detailed. So this flow would actually work, but really it'll be whatever flow the artist wants to use, because they're the ones who have to deal with it, as long as it ultimately gets spit out to me. Okay, so we do this will give us a specific size, which we want. But then there's also a way to do multiple sizes in one image. Let's see, do we have to do... Yeah, like this. Okay. So that's how we'll go back to our Photoshop. We'll go to items. For each of these, we're going to set that up. All right, so we're going to do... let's draw some boxes just to kind of get an idea of the size. All right, so this one, I'm thinking probably on the order of maybe 30 by 30 for the small one. And then maybe, yeah, about 100 by 100 for the medium one. Okay, and then maybe 250 for the large. Yeah, so those should be pretty good. So those will be our 3 image sizes then. So what I say, 30 by 30, 50 by 50, 100 by 100, 30, 100, 250. Okay. So now we have to do 30 pix x 30 pix. Call that small, comma. And this is where it gets a little clunky, because now I have to type all this stuff into this space. Copper or medium.png. 250 x. And annoyingly, if I decide like, oh, that's not good, I have to come and rename all these too. So that's why it's a little bit clunky. So this may or may not be the final approach we take. Okay. So this is grass fiber. Grass fiber. Actually, was there a way? Trying to think now. It seems like I remember there maybe being a document is create an empty layer in the document. Begin the name of the layer with keyword default. Now enter the settings that you want to apply to all images. For example, default res to set names. Yeah, actually, maybe we can do that. I've not actually used that, but that might work. Grassfiber.png, copper.png. So then I do default 2 images. Okay, so instead of comma, I do plus, which, oh, it was actually plus the first time. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Yeah. Okay, so so that wouldn't have worked anyways because I was doing it wrong. Okay, so if we had an empty layer here, we'll just lock it. Call it default. Default, and we just group it. And we group them into folders. Nah. Except, do we have to? We might have to. Can I do? Let's find out. I don't think this will work, but small. Okay. Let's see if this is going to work. 30 pics, x 30 pics slash small plus 100 pics, x 100 pics slash medium plus 300, or 250 pics plus x 250 pics. This is harder than coding. Alright, let's see if that does anything at all. Alright, quick shop, game art items. Not particularly. Oh, we got an error file. Layer default blah 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 expected end of it. Okay, yeah. I was hoping I could just dump them all in the same file still, but I guess not. So we'll do small slash small. Oh, this can't all be small. Now open the high large. Hey, look at that. That's fancy. Alright, except why'd you trim it? It's 248 by 250. Wait, did it stretch them too? Yeah, it did stretch them. Is there not a way to make them fixed pixel without stretching them? So I could wildcard it and just do 250 wide. But I would rather it actually be 250 by 250 exactly and just fill it. And I know I can put like a square behind it. I've done that before to force it to all be the same, but that's annoying. Photoshop, generate image assets, fixed size without stretching. Put font size image. Output saying instead it spits out this blah blah blah. Set your document at size blah blah. You should probably Mass Effect blah 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 group. The mask will dictate the bounding box when exporting. Group mask works for PNG, but it seems like there's a bug. Spawns are not used. Meh. Okay, so I'll have to add a square mask to all of them. So let's go ahead. I was going to make a mask I can copy and paste. It doesn't super duper matter. Well, it kind of matters what size this is because they have to fit in it and they have to be centered on it. Okay. So now I can copy that and is it that one? No. I'm terrible at creating masks. I always forget which thing I want to click. Oh, actually, isn't it one of these buttons? This button. Nope, not that button. This button. And paste. Yes. No. Edit. I think I have to rasterize that. And let's make it all one color. Since I forgot to get rid of the outline, we'll have to do it that way. Okay. Oh, actually, invert the mask, and then give me this. Oh, actually, I'm gonna bake that in. So flatten that. Copy. All right. How do I paste into the mask? Paste into mask. Paste into layer mask in Photoshop. Control V. Okay. And then, well, why did you take me out? Oh, stop it. Put me in the mask. Alright, that is annoying. Alright, let's do this. Delete layer mask. Lock that. Mask. Alright, so take that. Let's do it this way. Alright. Copy. Alright, so that's cool. Mask, invert the mask. Control, nope. Control shift, nope. Come on. Control shift. Yeah, look. Copy the mask. What am I in? I'm in some kind of weird something. Did I get zoomed in? Oh. Zoom me way in. Okay. Alright. Copy that. Alt in. Control Shift V. Why do you make it so difficult, Photoshop? There. Alright. Now, out of there. Alright, there. Now we'll have a mask, and hopefully the mask moves with it. Kinda. Oh man. Photoshop, hang on. That may not be the best mask to use. Yeah, Photoshop's kind of annoying when it comes to this kind of stuff. Group mask works for PNG and JPEG. wish there were easier ways to do this. I think that is really the way to do it. It's just a super annoying way to do it. Could do a group mask, but that's not any easier. Alright, we're just gonna live with it for now. We're gonna let it stretch the images. Okay. Actually, we'll do this for now. We'll set the other dimension to question mark. So we'll make them. Actually, I think in this case, having the height the same is probably the more important of the two. Okay. So. Okay, so that should be okay for now. Good enough. All right. No, don't open GitHub. Okay, and all right. So we've got the icon now. So we'll drag in. Actually, we'll default it to this guy, which actually we need him to be now 3 sizes as well. So not that one. Oh, actually, yeah, we'll leave it in the queue. Okay, so 6 30 pix x 30 pix. We'll just call that. We'll call that empty small. 100 x 100 pix. We'll just call empty. And oh, it's not comments. 250 pix x 250 pix, and it'll be empty large. Okay. Alright, good. So now we'll have empty, just empty. So we'll have that, yeah, because this is for the queue. Okay, so we have that. Now we'll need a value. Icon. Okay, and now we'll add another child to a label. And this will be for the text, and we're going to need a font. So let's just go. Well, actually, let's use the same one we used yesterday on our Space Shooter reimplementation. That was a good font. Okay. And now, fun. And actually, let's figure out how to use themes now. So we've been doing a theme override, but let's do a theme. Theme. All right. Themes, scanning control, controls. Okay. But basics of themes. The scanning system driven by the theme resource of a Godot project has an inherent default theme that contains the settings used by built-in control nodes. So give the controls their look, blah 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 blah. Theme items. The configuration that is stored in the theme consists of blah blah blah. Color constant, which can be used either from numeric properties of controls such as each item. Okay. Skip. To help with the organization, each theme is separated into types and each item must belong to a single type. In other words, each theme item is defined by its name, its data type, and its theme type. The combination must be unique within the themes. For example, there cannot be 2 color items named font color. Okay, how do we create these? Box each project develops the default project theme, provide the default theme itself is constant, cannot be changed, but its items can be overridden. We don't want that. There are 2 that can be adjusted. GUI theme custom allows you to set a custom project-wide theme, and GUI theme custom font does the same. The default look of every Godot single theme, but you can go more. Every control node also has a theme property, which allows you to set a custom theme for the branch of nodes starting with that control. So let's say the control. Okay, so did I scroll too fast, or did I miss where we created? Oh, I bet it lives in project settings. Beep 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 beep. Oh, theme. Okay. Custom font. Oh, you can just have global properties. That's actually kind of nifty. Okay, but how do I... So is that how we add them then? Do we have to type like theme slash blah 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 blah? Where theme? Okay, theme items blah 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 blah. Alright, theme. I saw something that looked kind of like that path that put up at the top. Yeah, GUI theme. 2 project settings that can adjust. Okay. So I think we could stick them in there, but that's maybe not what I want. I'm not totally sure actually. Template. Okay, let's try this. What happens if I just try to add a theme? Oh, here we go. New theme. Click that. Oh, the theme editor. Nifty. Okay, so for now we're just going to change the font. Okay, let's make a folder called themes. We'll just call this main. Be the main theme. Okay, so do I have to manually type up the properties then, I'm guessing? What does that do? Okay, so we got a font, a dynamic font, and then dynamic font, and then, oh, we need to actually drag over the font, don't we? There we go. Neat. All of our text changed. Okay, and then where's a button? There's a button. Color. Okay. So no, I don't like the button color. Style box text. Button maybe not doesn't have. Button may not have text. It may have. May have an image back there. Nope, I didn't know what I wanted. So let's go to theme override colors, font color, yeah, styles are empty. New style box. Okay. So let's see. How do I get that theme editor back? A way to directly open that? Not seeing one. Okay, so we'll just go. Okay. So I guess it is this. We'll just say new normal is going to be a new style box font, maybe, and background color of the blue I like, which is going to be really horrible looking buttons, but at least we know it works. Hey, look at that, it works. All right, that's good enough for now. We'll play with the theme later. Okay. All right. So. Oh, but I just realized. So the reason I did that because I wanted to set a font size. But I would have to add a font override here. Unless... which one's the label? Label. There. That's the background. The font. I don't really want to give it a fixed font. I don't really want to set that font size there, so I guess I do just have to do an override every time. It's kind of weak, because the only thing I want to do is change the size, but it may be building it into something, and so it needs to know the size up front, which is why it does that. Okay, because most game engines do it that way. Okay, so I guess we'll just override it for now. So we'll just do this, quick load, or not, oh, right, new here, and then we can do quick load in here. Actually, if I leave that blank, I wonder if it uses the other, I think we tested that yesterday. I think it does nothing. Alright, so we'll put 5 here just as an example. Okay, yeah, if I don't pick a font, I don't get text. So we gotta pick one. Alright, quick load. That one. Okay. And that number, actually, that's not too bad of a number. For that size, we'll let it overlap it like that. And let's make a UI. We'll make just a box to be the background. So, layer. Alright, so this would really be like 2 boxes that can fit next to each other. But what I'm going to do for now is just make 2 things. Move that over. Do a color overlay, and we're just gonna make that gray. So we have one for the active and one for the inactive. Okay. So this is a cube box. Just cube box. Okay. And I'm gonna export this at doing the medium, so 100 pixels. So we'll say 140 pixels by 140 pixels. Give ourselves a little padding. 140 pixels x 140 pixels. Cube box. Let's see. Okay. So now I'll add that in here, and it'll go above the icon. Let me get that way. Drag it up. Okay, so this goes behind. So there we go. All right. Align tools. Let's see. Godot align children. Or align siblings, maybe. Enable snap to grid, or you can manually type in the position. Oh, actually, that makes sense because their points of origin are the middle, so if they're both the same number, then they're stacked on top of each other, perfectly centered. Okay, so we'll just do 200. Doesn't matter what they are, just that they match. Okay, and then this guy is not lined up perfectly with them. It will go kind of off to the center, like that. Okay, so there's our queue. And now we need to hook up a script. So we need, all right, so the item, we'll get the icon off the item. Oh, we need to go update our item entry for now because we need to be able to specify the 3 sizes instead of just one size now. So Let's go to items. All right, so first we'll edit the data model. So could have just 3. It would be nice to have a set, but I guess we'll just go icon small, export texture var icon medium, export texture var icon large. Okay, and then we'll go here because those boxes we added directly. So let's create a generic function add picker. Actually, we'll call it build picker and we'll return the picker. Build picker. See, so that's constant. That'll be constant. That'll be constant. Just the icon we need to specify. Call it resource. Okay, and then we're going to do this. Turn picker. And we're not going to put that there. That's going to need to stay outside. Build picker. Item.icon small now. And this needs to be the resource we specify. And then this needs to be icon small. Actually, we will. We'll have to repeat that. Let's change this a bit. Call this the update function. And we'll change this. We'll call this add picker. And we will have it do all of this too. We'll specify child index. Okay, and then this will be update function. Okay, and then we'll have update picker, update icon small 1. Actually, we'll make the large first. Icon large, update icon large 1. Add picker, item.icon medium. Update icon medium 2. Okay, and then why are you grumpy? Item. Oh, yeah. We'll have to pass in the item 2. Okay. Then let's go find the update icon small. Go away. I hate how Windows has so many things now that if you mouse over it, does something. Because like I put my mouse somewhere and then boom, I get a giant pop-up in my way. It's so annoying, Microsoft. Turn that off. Okay, and now we do. Oh, we need to pass in row as well. Row. Okay. So let's see if that worked. We'll worry about adding that to recipe later. Okay, data editor. Okay, so. No, should probably put labels. We'll do that later too. So we have a. What is that? We drag. A lot of dragging now. Alright, let's start small. Copper ingot. Copper ore. Grass fiber. Grass thread. Wool. Wool thread. Copper ingot. Copper ore. Okay. There we go. So now we got our 3. And actually, that's curious. So here we were able to shrink it. We weren't able to shrink it the other place. Interesting. I wonder if we save and then restart and flip back. Has it grown again? No? Okay. We were having issues doing that on recipes. So apparently it is possible with this. We just weren't. Oh no, this was a different control. This was the drop down, which couldn't do it. Oh. That's on. We have no items now. Oh, because icon changed on recipe. Let's fix that real quick. So now at least here I can use recipes. I can use icon small. So let's just find icon, not that one. We're not changing that one. This one. Actually, this is the only spot, I think. Refresh, good. Okay, there we go. Neato. Alright, so back to Q item now. Back to 2D. Are there shortcut keys for flipping through these? I feel like there should be. Okay, so got that. Yeah. Okay, so now we go here. We're going to have the item, which we'll get the icon from. The remaining difficulty is going into that. And then do a quantity, the quantity we're making, which is going to be for this label. Let's name that quantity. And then we also want a bool enabled. We'll default to false. And that's whether we show this one or the other one. So let's go ahead, we'll add the other one in the same exact spot, the disabled one. So add it to here. And we'll set the position. And I do wish we had an align button, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, put it back there, and then we'll do, in our script, we'll do on ready. Actually, is there a... We may have to add a setter and getter for that, because I don't think there's a signal we can hook onto for a value changed. No. Okay. So let's do a set and get on this one. Set get. Look at something. Godot set get. Because they had a setter and getter thing, and I'm wanting to check. If I don't specify a getter or a setter, does that mean it's read only or write only, or does it auto make me a getter and setter? To create only a setter. To create only a getter. I'm not sure. Is there just a set now? Let's see. They don't really say. They say you can only create one or the other, but it doesn't specify. Does that? Because sometimes if you have a well, not even sometimes. Usually, if you have a getter and setter, if you only do one of them, that means it's only. If you only do a get, it's only read. It's read only. If you only do a set, it's write only. But that's not all. That doesn't have to be the case. Happens if you only supply a setter. Whenever the value of your modifier, the setter function will be called the values. Let's decide what to do. The new value by first on this access. Let's see if it's read for only external access to a variable going through. I'm guessing it's. Oh, okay. They're wondering why the class itself doesn't use set and get. Which is actually a valid question. Let's see. What does this do? Getting a good if I wanted to I would like to set up a get set. It can't be set from outside of the code module, only gotten and getted. Is this advisable? If a property has a leading underscore, then it will not show up in all completion options. Neglect to apply setter when either the property was simply... Okay, so it does use the default setter. That was what I was after. Okay, so we are only going to specify a setter then. So it can still be gotten, but because we're not going to influence the value, we just need a trigger for when we deal with the value. So set enabled. Okay, and then we'll do func set enabled. So we do still have to do this bit. But then I want so qbox.visible equals the param. So if it's enabled, this one's on. If it's set to false, then it's not. And then this is the inverse. So that stuck with the colons. So that way I'll show one or the other. Okay, failed to get token literal. Is that still going on? Okay, and then all right, and then we'll do similar for item. When we set the item, we will update well, first we'll set the item. Then we're going to set the icon's texture equal to item.icon_small, no, medium. And we will set, we don't need to set remaining difficulty. We will have to do something to build the thing. And then when we do this, set remaining difficulty, I'm just going to call that remaining. This is such a small thing that we don't need that big long thing. Set remaining parma. I was going to make some eggplant parma today, but I didn't get around to it. Remaining equals parma. And here we'll update our little clock, I'll call it. You figure out how to build the clock. Okay, and then set quantity. Set quantity. Quantity equals param, and we need to update our label. Quantity.text equals string param. Okay. Alright, when we change that or we change this, we also need to update the clock. And then we also, on our item model now, we need to add a set get here because set icon small, icon medium, because we want to emit a signal if we change the icon. We want to have item announce it. That way things like QItem can listen for that and update accordingly. So func set icon small, which won't really happen at runtime ever. So I may end up getting rid of this code, but just for now, we'll put it here just for completeness. So we're going to have signal, and we'll actually just call this value changed, or we'll just call it straight up changed. And we'll always emit changed, and we'll just emit the property name, and things can watch for the property they want, just to kind of streamline things. Oops, sorry, give me just 1 second. Sorry, this is from our hopeful artist. Want to keep him happy. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's see. So here we go. So icon small equals param, and then we'll make a helper function called emit change. And we'll call this property. We'll do emit change icon small, icon medium, param icon medium equals param. Oops. Emit change icon medium. So icon large param icon large equals param. Emit change icon large. And here we do emit signal changed in the property, and we'll emit the whole item, and then we'll also emit the property. Why are you grumpy? Let me do what I want. Oh, I guess we can't use that. We'll call it item changed. Okay, and then back on QItem then, we can do here, when we set the item, we'll do item.connect item change self. We'll call set item again, actually, which will give us the that won't work because we pass in the properties. So we'll call this item changed. Okay, and func item changed. And then it's the item and the property. And then we'll do if, no, I need like one of. Godot, check if value is one of. Usually that's create an array and loop through the array, but we'll see if they have a fancy thing. If the variable okay. Since I'm not seeing a special operator, we're going to assume that it's the standard approach of in an array. Oh, but actually we don't care about any, what do we care about here? We care about the difficulty, which we'll just redraw the clock, so we'll trigger that. Let's go ahead and make a placeholder function for update clock. We'll call that here. And we'll call it here. And if property equal icon medium, then we'll just call set item and pass in the item, and that'll redo our texture. But it will do connect to. Let's not do that. Let's just do these two manually here. Okay. Item changed. Okay. So that should all work now, hopefully. Okay, so now we need to figure out how to do the clock bit. So let's see what to search for. So we'll probably end up having to just draw it ourselves. So draw. And just say draw polygon, custom drawings. Here we go. Okay, so we create a thing we call draw, and there's a bunch of functions. Okay, so let's create a new scene. It still looks weird to me. We have like a million scenes, which I like how it works, but coming from Unity, that's just so weird. Okay, and this is going to be, what does it need to be? Node 2D. Node 2D. All right, and we'll call this. I don't know. I guess clock's as good a word as any because it's like a cooldown clock, but really it's not a cooldown for us. maybe a countdown clock. Countdown clock. That'll work. Okay, give it a script. Boom. Okay, give it a draw function. Do we, in some cases, maybe desired for this, just call update. Okay, and we do actually want to do that. Okay, so let's save that. We're going to need to reorganize our files. Our top level is getting a bit crowded, so I'm going to get more crowded. Okay, we'll have to reply to that in just a sec. That'll take a second. Okay, actually, let's go ahead and pause here for just this. Well, let's do the clock and then we'll call it a night probably. We're going for a while. Okay, so okay, so this will need to export a we'll say total and a remaining. That's how we'll calculate how many ticks we have. So I'll process. And then is update something built in, or did they create an update? So let's see. Or are they building update in the tutorial? Okay, I don't know where update came from. It must be built in. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so we'll just call this update. Okay, and we'll add a timer on here. Actually, we won't redraw every frame. Instead, we'll add a timer, and we'll just keep it called timer. And timer we'll do every 0.5 seconds. So every half second we'll update our clock. That way we're not having to redraw every single frame, which could get laggy, but 0.5 no one's going to notice otherwise. And actually, really even, instead of smooth, I think it might actually be nice to do 1 second at a time, because then you'll get kind of a tick like you do on like a clock with a second hand. So let's do that. We can always change our mind and put that smaller if we want a more smooth transition. Okay, we hook up that. All right, so timeout then. So it's going to call update. And then we need to implement, oh, I missed the var keyword. Var, and then func draw. Okay, so how do we do this? So we want to draw then. Always good to sketch in Photoshop. All right, so basically we're going to draw a square. But we don't want to draw part of that square. So like we'd have a notch out of it like this, and it's going to be a filled in square. So really we're not going to use like a draw rectangle. We're going to need to do like a line to fill, because we would have, so this angle here is going to be, so we have remaining, or actually instead of remaining, let's do elapsed. Well, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, let's do elapsed. Elapsed. Yeah. So, and that can start at 0. Okay. So then, so we then have, so t will be total, elapsed will be elapsed, and r will be remaining. So r equals t minus e, and then this angle would be, so when e is 0, it would be fully filled in, so the angle would be 0. And then when e equals t, it'd be 365, so it'd be nothing, so it'd be empty. So that'd be 360. And then let's see, so if e is at, so let's say t is 20, let's say e is at 5, so that's a quarter gone like that, so that would be 90. So let's calculate it, we'll just calculate it as a fraction first, so we can do 5 divided by 20 equals 0.25, and if you multiply that by 360, or more likely by 2 pi, we would get the appropriate amount. So that's our angle here that we won't draw. So we'll have point somewhere, point in the middle, point somewhere else, and then points in the corner maybe. All right. Yeah, that's going to be a little tricky because we need, so, well, maybe. Let's see. So let's start. So if we start in the middle, then we would go, so if 90 degrees is up here, or if our start's here, and we would add our angle, which is E divided by, well, that's divided by remaining times whatever we need for the angle. So we would have to go, let's see what drawing things they have, because depending how they let us draw, depends what we need to calculate. Okay. So we need dynamic custom drawing. Yeah, actually we could just, doing a circle would actually be easier because we can just do an arc and just do the angle cut out. Actually, we could do a rectangle and a circle if we can blend them properly, which we probably couldn't. Where are all API of all the draw things? Thing implements all the draw. Okay, here's all the draw methods. So let's see here. Draw colored polygon draw of any point. Let's actually keep that open too, because I want to see. Drew a line. Okay, that does specify color. Okay, so Alright, so I'm guessing probably draw polygon is going to be our best bet if we're sticking with a circle. Polygon, it's a polyline. Interconnected line segments with a uniform color and optional DLE seen when drawing large amounts of lines faster than using the road to draw. Okay, so that's basically draw repeatedly. Draw a solid polygon of any amount of points, convex or concave. Like draw a colored polygon, each point's color can be changed individually. Okay, we just want colored polygon then. Draw a polygon, so we give it an array of points. And you have to give it an array of UVs. That's kind of annoying. Or maybe, I guess we don't. That would only be if we want to get it work, but will not look correct for translucent polygons. Dang it, we wanted translucent polygons. Alright, as a workaround, install the DLE's line 2D add-on. Alright, guess we have to do that. Okay, this is going to be a bit complicated because we wanted a translucent one. So, I think it's getting a bit late here and I don't think we're going to get through this tonight. So I'd rather get through this all in one shot instead of kind of have to do it today. So let's go ahead and call it a night. So, thanks everyone for joining. If you enjoyed this, be sure to follow me on Twitch. If you want to be aware of upcoming streams, follow me on Twitter. I try to announce them there as early as I know I'm going to do them. Eventually, I'll have a schedule on Twitch that can also notify you if you follow and have those turned on. You can catch old videos of streams on YouTube, on my YouTube, and if you want to chat and I'm not you can chat here, of course, during streams, or you can hit me up on Discord during the off times. And yeah, and all the links are right on the channel. Just gotta scroll down a bit. All right. Thanks, everyone. See you guys later.